Attorney Crawshaw, Mr. Otter's case is on the court's pre-trial conference docket. Do you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Otter's cases?
Yes, please. I would like, I'd like the ability, I'd like to confer with the attorney for the state that's in charge of prosecution. I don't know if that person's available this morning or at some other time. As the court knows, there's a lot of moving parts going on in this particular file. And I want to make sure that everybody's, that at least the lawyers, we don't have to agree on the law or the facts, but we can agree on the status of the case and what's going on. I'd like the opportunity to confer.
Okay. Mr. Ham, is this your?
Yes, Your Honor.
This be one of your cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Crawshaw, Mr. Ham, he's a new prosecutor. He wasn't here when we had some other activities in this case, but he's the prosecutor now, and he will be handling the case. I guess you can talk to him. Y'all can perhaps make a time where y'all could sit out, well, so y'all could communicate about the case.
Yes, Your Honor. Blake Ham for the state. Mr. Crawshaw, or can I talk to Mr. Crawshaw? Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Crawshaw, if you'll call the front desk at the DA's office and just tell them, and they'll take a message, and I'll give you a call back as soon as I get a chance. I'm kind of busy today, but get back to you and we'll set up a time to conference about all this.
Would it be easier if I emailed you, Mr. Ham? That way we could.
That would be perfect. You want my email?
I'll get it from the front desk so you don't shout it out on Zoom.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, Mr. Crawshaw, you need to reset your case. How much time do you need?
I don't need, we can reset it for 30 days, Judge.
Okay. Hold on. Miss Janera, would you please put the mic on mute? Thank you. Now, Mr. Crawshaw, what were you saying?
If we could reset it for 30 days,
30. Okay.
that'll give us time to confer, and yeah, that's all. I don't need to expound upon that.
Will give us a reset date. It's on the pre-trial conference plea. Yeah. The 18th of what? Okay. The case is going to be reset to April the 18th.
1 second, please.
Okay.
Is the courthouse open that day?
What day?
Just make, there's no government holidays. That's the Monday after Easter.
I think we open. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want to, create a conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that day works for us. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Crawshaw, your reset will be sent to you, and Mr. Ottery, your attorney will get your reset, and your bondsman will also be given notice of the reset. So stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Mr. Ottery, this will conclude your case. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Crawshaw, you are free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge. You too. Thank you, Mr. Ham.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You have a blessed day.
Thank you. Please get Timothy Joseph Haynes. Are we ready on that one? Court is in session in 4 cases. First case is cause number 322826. Second case is cause number cause number 323924. Third case is cause number 325164. And the fourth case is cause number 325166. All 4 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Timothy Joseph Haynes. Mr. Haynes, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Haynes?
Doing fine, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Haynes, you're here represented by your attorney, Attorney LaKayla Friday.
Hi, Judge.
How you doing, Ms. Friday?
Okay.
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Friday, what is your announcement in Mr. Haynes' cases?
We're gonna proceed to trial.
You reset it for trial, okay, give us the trial date.
April 18th.
Okay, Ms. Friday, Mr. Haynes' cases will be reset to April 18th of 2022. You can sign for your reset in front of our court coordinator. Once you sign for your reset, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day. And Mr. Haynes, once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Stand in front of the court coordinator. Thank you. You can set it right there. I'll get it. Court is in session and calls number 329-824. The case is styled the State of Texas versus Jacob Perry Wright. I have before me Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Wright?
Doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Wright, you're here represented by your attorney, Attorney Glenn Crocker. Attorney Crocker, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Wright, I have before me a document that has been filed by the District Attorney's Office. This document is titled Information. This document alleges that on or about February 26th of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Mr. Wright, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Wright, how do you plead? Guilty?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wright, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright, I also have before me another document. This document is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. On page 2 of this same document, Mr. Wright, well, let me show you this document. Mr. Wright, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page, now, on this document, there are a set of initials, JW, next to a box that's titled Class A misdemeanor, and it's next to a paragraph that is titled DWI, DWLS, and drug offenses. Another paragraph that's titled firearm ownership. Another paragraph that's titled plea bargain agreement. Another paragraph that's titled permission to appeal, and a paragraph that is titled citizenship. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir. I did.
On page 2 of the same document, there are 3 sets of initials. The first set of initials is next to a paragraph that's titled Notice of Judicial Clemency for Defendants Placed on Community Supervision. And it's next to a paragraph that's titled Waivers. And the last set of initials is on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Mr. Wright, did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir. I did.
On page 3 of this same document, Mr. Wright, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir. It is.
And I have another document here. This document is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I also have a document here that's titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this
Yes, sir.
document? Is this your signature above the line
Yes,
that's
sir.
titled defendant? Mr. Wright, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I've just mentioned to you, did your attorney, Mr. Crocker, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that Mr. Crocker went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, you like to offer States 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any-
We have no objection, states one.
No objection. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Crocker, you've advised in counsel Mr. Wright, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, your attorney, Mr. Crocker, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
Your Honor, the agreement is for 180 days in jail, probated over a term of 1 year, an $800 fine, 60 hours of community service, DWI education classes, drug and alcohol assessments, and interlock device.
Mr. Wright, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you would not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case. Mr. Baylor. He had his phone on. Okay, let me repeat that. Mr. Wright, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $800 plus court costs of $422, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $1,222. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You'll be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education class an initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you are on probation, is $190. Mr. Wright, will you be able to pay the $190 each month?
Yes, sir.
You'll be required to perform 60 hours of community service, attend and complete a DWI education class, and have a drug and alcohol assessment. You will also be required to install a DWI interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Mr. Wright, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright, I will follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Wright, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney, follow the directions of our clerk, and once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. Yeah, earlier
Uh,
they say closing documents.
Okay. Sherelle Bennett,
She's present.
okay. No.
She's trying to get her money together. She's still.
Okay. Okay, yeah, she was here earlier, this late here. Court is in session and calls number 324-096. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Sherelle L. Bennett or Sherelle Lee Bennett. Lay Bennett. How you doing, Miss Bennett?
I'm okay.
That's good. Miss Bennett, you're here represented by your attorney, Attorney Nathan Reynolds. Attorney Reynolds, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge.
Mr. Reynolds, what is your announcement in Miss Bennett's case?
The court has previously reset Ms. Bennett's case in order to allow her to gain the funds to pay her fine, which was an offer from the prosecutor. At this time, she informs me that due to some unforeseen circumstances, she's unable to pay the fine today. Would ask the court for one more reset.
State, you have any objections?
No objection, one more reset.
Okay, could you give us well, first of all, how much time do you need to get the funds to be able to pay the fine and court costs?
At least 60 days.
Okay, give us a reset, 60 days,
Okay, it'll be
May 16th?
May.
Okay, this case is gonna be reset to May 16th, Ms. Bennett. The attorney is gonna get your reset. He's gonna sign for you reset. Once you get a reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Okay.
And Mr. Bell, you're gonna get Mr. Reynolds' next two cases, Miles Guidry and Kashmir Morgan. Mr. Reynolds' case is on the pretrial conference docket in the middle, right under Haynes, Timothy Haynes. You can sign for it first, I'll wait for you.
Which one are these next two on?
It's on the trial docket,
Okay,
page 2 and page 3.
okay.
Somebody, tablet?
Okay. No.
Your Honor, may I, Judge?
I got Mr. Reynolds' cases. Miles Guidry,
You didn't answer.
okay, Kashmir Morgan. Court is in session in two cases, cause number 328-086 and cause number 329-266. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Kashmir Annette Morgan. Ms. Morgan, is that your full name?
Cashmere and Monique Morgan.
Kashmir Annette Monique Morgan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Morgan, how are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Ms. Morgan. You're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Nathan Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, what is your announcement in Ms. Morgan's cases?
She's requesting a trial, Judge.
It's already on, it's on the trial document.
Yeah, ready.
State,
Ready, Your Honor?
okay, Mr. Reynolds, Ms. Morgan can go have a seat. The court has set a trial order in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Let's see, Mr.
Miles Gidry did not answer.
No, they said he did not answer. We're gonna come back to it.
Okay.
Cody Sullivan,
Been asked to continue.
okay, well, get Benjamin Steele too. Mr. Bailey, if you could get Benjamin
I
Steele as
believe
well.
Benjamin still was in the hospital as of last night. If he's here, is Ben still here? He was in the hospital.
Okay,
He-
court is in session and cause number 323-387. Case of style of state of Texas versus Cody Philip Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sullivan, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Sullivan?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Sullivan, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Jansen Bailey. Attorney Bailey, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Your Honor.
That's good. Miss Attorney Bailey, what is your announcement in Mr. Sullivan's case?
Your Honor, we're gonna ask for a continuance. I had a medical procedure done a week or so ago, and I feel like it'd be better set to try a case in a couple weeks than I would right now.
State,
Or I can announce, you know what? No, I'll announce ready.
okay,
State's
state,
ready, Your Honor.
okay. All right. Just have a, we hadn't set the trial order. You can go have a seat back outside and then the attorney is gonna get with you and let you know about the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Benjamin Steele,
He's not here. He
What?
sent me a text saying.
yeah, he sure did answer.
He did answer?
Okay. Galmore, is that, okay, you have Genera Granger,
I do.
she's on Zoom.
I do.
This is cause number 326095. Case of style of state of Texas versus Genera Granger. Ms. Granger is appearing via Zoom. Ms. Granger, would you, you can take your mic off mute. Ms.
Yes, I'm
Granger,
here.
how are you doing?
Pretty good.
That's good. Ms. Granger, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Dustin Galmore, who is appearing in person. Mr. Galmore, how are you doing?
Great, Judge. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thanks, Pastor. Mr. Galmore, what is your announcement in Ms. Granger's case?
Your Honor, that would be a trial. However, I believe the state may be intending to pursue bench trial.
Your Honor, state requests bench trial.
Okay,
If,
are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Granger, you could take your, you could put your video back on. Okay, this is cause number 326095. The case is style of state of Texas versus Genera Granger. We have Ms. Granger appearing via Zoom, and we have Ms. Granger appearing in person. Well, Ms. Granger's attorney appearing in person, Mr. Dustin Galmore. State, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, would you like to, in defense, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you like to read the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Your Honor, in the name and by authority of the state of Texas comes now the undersigned Assistant Criminal District Attorney of Jefferson County, Texas, on behalf of the state of Texas, and presents in and to the County Court of Law of Jefferson County, Texas, that in Jefferson County, Texas, generic Granger, hereafter styled the defendant, heretofore on or about February 23rd, 2020, did then and there intentionally injury to another, namely Jerome Harmon, hereafter styled the complainant, by punching complainant in the face, and at the time of said assault, complainant was a person with whom defendant has had a dating relationship against the peace and dignity of the state.
Okay, now let's do this. Mr. Ham,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Galmore, you waiving the jury, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And state, you don't have any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Ms. Granger, how do you plead to this charge? Not guilty, guilty, or no contest?
Not guilty.
Okay. Where's the bill? I think he went there. There he is. Okay, Mr. State, would you like to have an opening statement?
Your Honor, state was open.
Defense?
We waive, Your Honor.
Okay, you call your first witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Jerome Harmon. Jerome Harmon.
Okay. State, you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, state rests.
Defense?
Defense rests, Your Honor, and moves for an instructive verdict of not guilty.
Okay, that will be granted. Ms. Harmon, you have been acquitted of these charges. Court has granted an instructive verdict. This will conclude your case. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, you said Miss Harmon. I'm
Ms.
Granger.
Okay, Ms. Granger, you're free to go. This will conclude your case, and you have a blessed day.
Okay, so is dismissed or?
Yes, the court has granted the court has granted an instructive verdict, which means you have been acquitted of these charges. You've been found not guilty.
Okay,
All right, so you're free to go. Stay in contact with your attorney, and you have a blessed day.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And if you will, you should be getting a copy of that judge. Court is in session in two cases. First case is cause number 321-225. Second case is cause number 327-795. Both cases are filed with State of Texas versus Russell Bean or Russell Thomas Bean. Mr. Bean, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Bean, how are you doing? You doing all right? Mr. Bean, in cause number 321-225, you're representing by attorney Dustin Galmore. And cause number 327-795. I don't see that you are represented by an attorney on that case. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Mr. Galmore, what is your announcement in cause number 321-225?
Your Honor, his felonies were just reset. I don't think he has the new date yet because they don't set the date immediately. I don't believe in the 252nd, but regardless,
Could you check?
what we were gonna ask the court to do is to keep these cases together because we're hoping that resolution will resolve all cases at one time.
Okay.
It's set for April 18th.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna reset your cases, Mr. Bean, for April 18th of 2022. Now, Mr. Galmore represents you on the first case, so he'll sign for the first case. And you do not have an attorney on the second case, so you will sign for the second case. All right. So once you get your recess, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Mr. Galmore, you can stand over there and sign. You're gonna have to stand over there and sign for the second case.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Court is in session and cause number 330600. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Oscar Velasquez Perez.
And I'll have to turn to the coincidental.
Oh, this is a different class.
He might have gone to the bathroom because he'd already signed all the paperwork.
Court is in session in cause number 330600. The case is styled of State of Texas versus Oscar Velasquez Perez. He's represented by Attorney Charlie Rojas. Attorney Charlie Rojas has informed the court that Mr. Velasquez Perez doesn't speak English, or if he does, he speaks little English, but he speaks Spanish. And Mr. Rojas will interpret, Attorney Rojas will interpret for Mr. Rojas. Would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Rojas, do you swear or affirm to interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English? So if you are,
I do.
you may put your hand down. Is your name Oscar Velasquez Perez?
Yes, that's correct.
How are you doing, Mr. Perez?
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Velasquez Perez, you're represented by Attorney Charlie Rojas. Attorney Rojas, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge, thank you.
Okay. And the state is represented by Attorney Ray Shearer. Attorney Shearer, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Judge.
That's good. Mr. Velasquez Perez, I have before me an information that alleges that on or about May 21st of 2021, while you were operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes,
And to discharge Mr. Velasquez Perez, how do you plead? Not guilty, guilty, or no contest?
guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes,
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
yes, I am.
Mr. Vasquez Perez. I think, well, I'm just looking where you signed on the wrong box. It's supposed to be a Class A misdemeanor.
What up?
You got a B. You got the, it should be just be Class A at the top.
I told him, man, I wrote- I explained it to him right, I spoke, check the long box.
Okay, thank you. Oh. That'd be A. You got it.
Oh, the L, the.
Yeah, here you go.
Okay, that's all about.
I know,
Rules.
I know. Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Vasquez Perez, I have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. It is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Are these your initials? Okay, and that your initials is on a line, well, it's next to a box that's titled Citizenship. I will read this paragraph to you. This paragraph states that if, well, first of all, before I read the paragraph, Mr. Velasquez Perez, are you a citizen of the United States?
no.
What country are you from? Mexico. Now, Mr. Velasquez Perez, if you are not a U.S. citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest may result in your deportation, exclusion from admission to the country, or denial of naturalization under federal law. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
And did your attorney explain this to you?
Yes, he explained it.
And Mr. Velasquez Perez, do you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty?
Yes,
Mr. Rojas, did you explain to your client the consequences of pleading guilty, and that's pursuant to the case of Padilla versus Kentucky?
I did, Your Honor.
Mr. Vasquez, I also have before me a document that is titled "For all foreign nationals except those from mandatory notification countries." Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
And is this your signature
yes. that's
on the
my
line that's typed signature?
No, no, excuse me, excuse me.
Is this your signature?
Yes, that's my signature.
Okay, so his is right here.
I signed it. with witness.
Okay, so this is his signature right here, right?
Yes,
All right. Now, and you circled the box that said no. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And the question was, do you want us to notify your consular officers at this time?
That's correct.
Okay. On page 2 of State's Exhibit number 1, there are a set of initials on line next to a box that's typed guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes,
On page 3 of the same document, is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
yes, that's my signature.
On the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
yes, that's my signature.
There are 2 boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes,
I also have before me another document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
yes,
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
that's my signature.
Oh, right here. Where it says defendant?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Mr. Velasquez Perez. Let's get all the documents that I just want. Mr. Vasquez Perez,
that's,
before you initialed and signed all of these documents that I've just went over, did your attorney go over these documents with you in Spanish?
yes,
Did you understand everything that he went over?
yes, everything.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1, the misdemeanor plea admonishment. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, we would be on.
no
Any-
objection, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Rojas, you've advised and counseled Mr. Velasquez Perez. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Vasquez Perez, your attorney, Mr. Rojas, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Vasquez Perez, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The agreement is for Mr. Vasquez Perez to serve 365 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, it will be probated over 18 months. He will pay $1,000 fine, have to do 80 hours of community service, attend DWI education, drug and alcohol assessment, and be required to have an interlock on his vehicle.
Mr. Velasquez Perez, the state is offering that you serve 365 days in the Jefferson County Jail. But you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case because you will be placed on probation for 18 months. During the 18-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $1,000 plus court costs of $422. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You'll be required to reimburse the court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. You'll be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education class an initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you are on probation, is $175. Will you be able to pay the $175 each month?
Yes.
You will also be required to perform 80 hours of community service, attend and complete a DWI class. You will have a drug and alcohol assessment. You'll be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. And you'll be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. Mr. Velasquez Perez, do you understand the state's offer? And do you think that the state's offer, in your case, is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, Mr. Velasquez Perez, I will follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Vasquez Perez, please stand on the X next to your attorney and follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you're finished following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Rojas, this your only case?
I have one on the trial docket, Judge.
Okay, we'll get to it.
Place your right side.
Oh, this one came off. Oh, here we go.
We go from there, okay?
I mean, that's an appearance. Okay.
Yeah. you got it.
Let's see. This is,
Okay, I'm putting.
okay, this is cause number 325-845. Case is style of State of Texas versus Benjamin Steele, Benjamin Brady Steele. Mr. Steele is appearing via telephone. Mr. Steele, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. How are you doing, Mr. Steele?
I'm better. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Now, Mr. Steele, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Jansen Bailey. Mr. Bailey, what is your announcement in Mr. Steele's case?
Your Honor, we're gonna ask for a continuance on that case.
State, you have any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. We're gonna keep it on the trial docket, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you give us a trial date?
April 18th.
That works.
Okay, this case, Mr. Steele, is gonna be reset to April 18th, of 2022. Um, Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. They will be given a notice of your resets. Mr. Steele, we hope that you have a full and complete and a speedy recovery. This will conclude your case. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're as well.
You're welcome.
All right, Ben, I'll probably want to walk out here.
Okay. Dustin Volatine.
He's outside, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor, would you please get Dustin Volatine?
I think the prosecutor is Mr. Blake. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Court is in session in 3 cases. First case is cause number 327-880. Second case is cause number 327-882. And the third case is cause number 327-884. All 3 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Dustin Travis Volantine. Mr. Volantine, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Volantine?
Good yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Volantine. You're here represented by your attorney, Attorney Kent Johns. Attorney Johns, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Your Honor. Thank you
That's
for asking.
That's good. Now, Mr. Johns, Mr. Volantine cases are set on a pretrial conference plea docket. Do you have an announcement that you would like to make in his cases?
Okay, Your Honor, we just got an offer from the prosecutor. We'd like to have an opportunity to review and I
Okay.
need to send him some additional discovery in
Okay.
these cases. I'd like 30 days. I think we're gonna resolve this.
Could you give us a reset date? Okay, your cases, Mr. Volantine, will be reset until May 9th. Your Attorney Johns, will be given copies of your reset. Once you get copies of your reset, Attorney or Judge Jones will give you your copy of your reset. Once you get your copy of your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Judge Jones, you can sign over there. Is this your last case?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
okay,
it.
okay, you'll be free to go as well, and you have a blessed day. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there he is.
Morning, Your Honor.
Court is now in session in cause number 325818. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Visac Vincate Swearing. We have Mr. Visac Vincate Swearing appearing via Zoom. Mr. Vincate Swearing, how are you doing?
Well, Your Honor.
That's good. Mr. Vincate Swearing, you're here represented by your attorney Tom Kelly, who's appearing in person. Mr. Kelly, how are you doing?
Just fine, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, what is your announcement in Mr. Vincate Swearing's case?
Judge, Mr. Ham and I discussed this case at the end of last week, and we'd like some time to look at some of the discovery together to reach a resolution. If you'd leave us on this docket, please.
Okay. You standard reset, or how much time do you need?
Maybe a little longer than standard, Judge.
Give us about 60 days.
That's great.
Okay, this case, Mr. Vincate Swearing will be reset to May 16th of 2022. Your attorney and your bondsman will be given copies of your reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Next case is cause number 329734, excuse me, cause number 329724. And the case is styled the state of Texas versus Brett Tyler Marcantel.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marcantel, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Marcantel?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Marcantel, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Tom Kelly. Mr. Kelly, what is your announcement in Mr. Marcantel case?
Judge, we've completed our discovery review, and we're going to make a pretrial diversion application. If the court would reset us accordingly.
Let's see, the next one is April, but after that, it's gonna be in June. Could you give us a June, reset this to the second week of June? It's a pretrial diversion application. Okay, this case is gonna be reset to June 14th, give you time to make your application for pretrial diversion.
Yes, Judge.
Once you get your reset from your attorney, Mr. Marcantel, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Mr. Kelly could stand over there, sign for your reset, and once you sign for your reset, you'll be free to go as well. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Okay. Have another? Okay, Dennis Vasquez.
He's right outside.
Have him to come up. Did your client speak Spanish?
Spanish.
Okay, so Mr. Rojas has already been sworn in to interpret. He will interpret for Mr. Dennis Vasquez. The court is in session in clause number 330146. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Dennis O. Vasquez or Dennis Omar Vasquez. Is that's your name?
That's him, yes, sir.
Okay. How are you doing, Mr. Vasquez?
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Could you check and see if he has some bond conditions? It's a assault family violence. The cause number is 330146. Well, I see it's on the trial back. Mr. Rojas, what is your announcement in Mr. Vasquez's case?
We're ready on.
State,
Stage ready, Your Honor.
okay? Ready. Okay, Mr. Rojas, you can, client can have a seat outside. And then we'll set the trial up.
The only caveat I've got, or the only thing I've got is that I think both the victim and Mr. Vasquez speak Spanish, so that's gonna be an issue.
Well, okay, you didn't get an interpreter?
No, Judge. I think we're way down on the bottom. Neither one of us anticipated going to trial this time around, so I don't know that
Okay,
we're gonna get reached.
okay. All right, yeah. Let's see, we got Bailey, Burbank. Mr. Bailiff, this lady just came in. Craig Loud. Mr. Bailiff, would you please get Craig Loud? Court is in session and cause number 325. Okay, the court is in session and cause number 325-368 and cause number 325-370. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Craig Allen Gloud. Mr. Gloud, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Gloud? That's good, Mr. Gloud. You're here represented by your attorney Marvin Lewis. Attorney Lewis, how are you doing?
Doing all right, just how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Attorney Lewis, what is your announcement in Mr. Gloud's cases?
Judge, we've gotten a new offer this morning, and we're trying to get involved. I anticipate that we will, but it's not just who's already.
Okay, state, what's your announcement?
Yeah, stage ready, but
Yeah, we're trying to get it worked out.
Okay. Well, Mr. Gloud, just have a seat back in the hall. We'll call you back. Set the order. Okay. Mr. Bailiff, is Lance Owens here? Oh. The court is in session in two cases. First case is cause number 323-832. Second case is cause number 330-490. Both cases are styled of state of Texas versus Lance Cannon Owens. Mr. Owens, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
That's good. Mr. Owens, how are you doing? You doing all right? All right. That's good. Yeah, you can't beat that.
Could be worse.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Mr. Owens, you're here represented by your attorney, Ms. Laura Perazzo. Ms. Perazzo, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Perazzo, what is your announcement in Mr. Owens' case?
Your Honor, we just came from drug court. His cases have been reset for another announcement.
Did you get a date on that?
They didn't give us one. It may be in the system by now, but they were supposed to send it to us.
Okay, she'll check. May 2nd? So you want these cases set on the same date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May 2nd, 2022. Mr. Owens, your cases will be reset to May 2nd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Your attorney is going to get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And Ms. Ferrazzo, you can sign for the reset. Is this your only case, Ms. Ferrazzo?
I believe so,
Okay.
Your Honor.
You're free to go as well and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Oh, I can see some people back there. That's a blind spot. Mr. Billy, would you please get Veronica Martinez? Good morning. She was here earlier. Oh, okay. It's just, we'll come back to her. That's Mr. Alternate Gorell. It's on page 4, it's in the middle of page 4 on the trial document. Court is in session and cause number 329760. Case is styled the state of Texas versus alternate Gorell. Ms. Gorell, is that your full name?
Yes, sir. Alternative on Burrell.
Okay. How are you doing, Ms. Gorell?
All right, and you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Gorell, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Gorell, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Gorell, you may put your hand down. Ms. Gorell, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information alleges that on or about April 4th of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the class A misdemeanor offense of assault. Ms. Gorell, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Ms. Gorell, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Yes.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Gorell, I have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document? You have to speak
Yes,
up.
sir.
Is this your signature at the bottom of this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, Ms. Gorell, there are a set of initials AG on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of this same document, Ms. Corral, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature? And on the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Corral, I also have before me another document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Corral, prior to signing and initialing all of these documents that I've just mentioned to you, did your attorney, Mr. Marivius Allen, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Terrence Allison is your attorney of record, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Marivius Allen, does he have your permission to stand in for Mr. Allison?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Allen went over these documents, is that with you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that he went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gorell, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit Number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Allen, do you have any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Allen, you have advised and counseled Ms. Gorell. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Gorell, your attorney, Mr. Allen, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Terrence Allison has also advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gorell, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
Your Honor, the agreement is for 90 days in jail, probated over a term of 1 year, $500 fine, 60 hours of community service, anger management classes, and no contact with Tiriana Johnson.
Your Honor, I do not believe my client can pay the.
Okay, well, I hadn't got there yet. I mean, give me a copy of affidavit of injuries. Okay, now, Ms. Gorell, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you will not be required to pay a fine. However, what up? I thought you said a fine of 500.
Yeah, I don't believe it was included on the initial sheet.
Yeah, I stayed away from fine. And it was my mistake. We
Oh.
had made a different agreement. I was reading off my sheet.
Oh.
So my error. The deal was for no fine.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, let me repeat that.
My apologies.
Oh, that's all right. Ms. Gorell, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve the time in the Jefferson County Jail because you will be on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you will not be required to pay a fine. However, you will be required to pay court costs of $352. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You will be required to pay the court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you would have to pay each month while you're on probation, is $130 a month. Ms. Gorell, will you be able to pay the $130 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will. You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service. You'll be required to attend and complete an anger management class as a condition of probation. You cannot have any contact with Tariana Johnson. And as I stated earlier, the fine is waived. You will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Ms. Gorell, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, excuse me, Ms. Gorell, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Gorell, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney. You're gonna follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Thank you. Okay. Court is back in session on its trial docket. First case is cause number 325874, case of solid State of Texas versus Jose de Jesus Lopez. Mr. Lopez, is that your full name?
No, sir. The Jesus is not part of my name.
Okay. So your name is Jose Lopez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you doing, Mr. Lopez?
Pretty good.
That's good. Mr. Lopez, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Wright Kimler. Mr. Kimler, how are you doing?
Well, Your Honor.
Mr. Kimler, what is your announcement in Mr. Lopez case?
Ready?
And state?
Ready?
Okay, Mr. Lopez, you can have a seat in the gallery. Next case is cause number 326982. Case is style of State of Texas versus Alexander Reed Burrell. Mr. Burrell, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Burrell?
Pretty good yourself.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Kimler, what's your announcement in Mr. Burrell's case?
Ready?
Mr. Burrell, you may take a seat.
State's ready too, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah. All right. Mr. Kimler, next case is cause number 327317. Case is style of State of Texas versus Stephanie Marie Arthur. Ms. Arthur been here. On the table. Ms. Arthur, is your full name Stephanie Marie Arthur?
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Arthur? That's good. Mr. Kimmel, is your announcement in Ms. Arthur's case?
Ready?
State?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Arthur, you can take a seat. Next case is cause number 327556. Case is style of State of Texas versus Kimberly Michelle Barton. Ms. Barton, your full name is Kimberly Michelle Barton. How you doing, Ms. Barton? That's good, Ms. Barton. You're represented by Mr. Wright Kimler. Mr. Kimler, what's your announcement?
Ready?
State.
Ready, Your Honor.
Ms. Barton, you may take a seat. Next case is cause number 327802. The case is style of the State of Texas versus John Paul Trimble Jr.
Take your head off.
Your full name is John Paul Trimble Jr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trimble, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, Mr. Trimble. You're represented by Mr. Kimler. Mr. Kimler, what's your announcement?
Ready?
State.
Ready, Your Honor.
Next case, Trimble, you may be seated. Next case is cause number 327885. Case is style of State of Texas versus Eduardo Rodriguez Rocha. Mr. Rocha, is your full name Eduardo Rodriguez Rocha?
Yes.
Mr. Kimler, what is your announcement in Mr. Rocha's case?
Ready?
State.
Ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Rocha, you may be seated. Next case is cause number 328340. Case is style of State of Texas versus Dennis Harold Howyer. Full name is Dennis Harold Howyer.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Howyer?
Bless. How about yourself?
I'm blessed as well. Thanks for asking. Mr. Kimler, what's your announcement in Mr. Howyer's case?
Ready?
State.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Howyer, you may be seated. Next case is cause number 328640. Case is style of State of Texas versus Corey Adams. Mr. Adams, your full name is Corey Renee Adams?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Adams?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you're represented by Attorney Wright Kimler. Attorney Kimler, what's your announcement?
Ready.
State.
Ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams, you may be seated. Next case is cause number 330117 and cause number 330119. Both cases are style of state of Texas versus Randy Murphy Shatanya. Your full name is Randy Murphy Shatanya?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Shatanya?
Fair Department, Cloud, sir.
Okay. Mr. Shatanya, you're represented by Mr. Kimler. Mr. Kimler, what's your announcement?
Ready.
Okay. State.
Ready, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Shatanya, you may be seated. We'll come back to you. I think that's all of your cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see. We're gonna do, the court's gonna take a 5-minute break. Need to stretch. Do something. Need to check on some other matters. Court is in session in two cases. First case is cause number 329-388. Second case is cause number 329-392. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Jordan Dwayne Lucas. Mr. Lucas, is that your full name? Okay, Mr. Lucas, how are you doing? That's good. Mr. Lucas, you're here represented by your attorney, Attorney James Padgett. Attorney Padgett, how you doing?
Doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Padgett, what is your announcement in Mr. Lucas's cases?
We're ready, Your Honor.
State?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lucas, you can go back and have a seat, and we're gonna set a trial order. Okay. Next case is cause number 330514. Mr.
Ryan Epps.
Is that good? Okay.
He's in, sir.
Mr. Epps, your full name Ryan Van Epps?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you doing, Mr. Epps?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Epps, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. James Padgett. Attorney Padgett, what's your announcement in Mr. Epps' case?
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to hold off on our announcement right now. We're waiting on some information in the drug court that's going to affect this case greatly. I'm certain this case will go away once we handle the case in drug court. And they haven't given a date yet. I just asked the court.
Okay, we'll get a date.
They'll fax me the date and then I can notify the court.
Okay, now, Mr. Epps, my docket sheet reflect that there is a warrant. And Mr. Bailiff, is that warrant, has that been confirmed?
Yes, sir.
What is it for? Yeah.
The bailiff, could, Mr. Bailiff, what happened?
I just called my bail bond. Not my bond.
I mean, I'm not here.
Fan, bond?
So I'm off carrying up the letter.
This is cases.
That's on this case, right?
Yeah, what that, can you check?
Issue 228 out of this court.
We haven't missed any court. We haven't missed court or anything.
Issue out of this
What
court.
was it, ARS or something?
I called my bail bond.
Well, if they dropped your bond, then they're probably weren't. Yeah,
No, I mean, I just.
I know, but what I'm saying is they may
That's what
not
it
be
was?
telling you the truth.
Yeah, they got off your bond. Yeah, they got off his bond. So, just follow the bill.
Let me call them.
Yeah, your attorney's gonna,
If you don't mind, Your Honor, may I step away and make? a phone
that's
call?
fine.
And I'm sorry.
Y'all can go, yeah, follow the bill. Mr. Okay, yes.
Your Honor, the lady who's number one on the docket may be outside.
Okay,
She's a pro se.
right. Okay. Woodrow Ratcliffe. Okay, this is cause number 326-318, State of Texas versus Woodrow Ratcliffe. Mr. Ratcliffe, how are you doing?
All right, sir.
That's good, Mr. Ratcliffe. You're represented by your attorney, Mr. Bruce Smith. Mr. Smith, how are you doing?
Fine, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Smith, what is your announcement in Mr. Ratcliffe's place?
Your Honor, as per your instructions, since I'm no longer on the court appointment list, I filed a motion to withdraw.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
That was your instruction.
okay. Court is in session and calls number 326-318. Status, the case is styled the State of Texas versus Woodrow Wilson Ratcliffe III. Is that correct? And Mr. Woodrow Ratcliffe is appearing with his attorney, Mr. Bruce Smith. Mr. Smith, per the rules of the court, has filed a motion to withdraw. Could you give me a copy of that motion? No, I'll get the court. Copy. Mr. Ratcliffe,
Yes, sir.
the attorney of record has filed a motion to withdraw in your case. Have you received a copy of this motion? Did you give him this copy? You could take some time to review that motion. Print me off another one. Okay, now, Mr. Radcliffe, your attorney, Mr. Bruce Smith is filing a motion to withdraw because he's no longer on the court-appointed list. And due to his heavy trial and hearing schedule, he does not have sufficient time to complete this case on the court-appointed attorneys, on a court-appointed basis. Mr. Smith, I mean, not Mr. Smith, Mr. Ratliff, do you have any objections to your, Mr. Smith withdrawing from your case? No, he was appointed on this case. Is that correct? Mr. S-
So, what my case?
No, what basically means Mr. Smith will be withdrawing as your attorney, and because he was court appointed, another attorney will be appointed to represent you on this case, because he cannot represent you in this case because of, he's no longer on the court appointed list, and two, he doesn't have the time because of his caseload. He has a heavy trial and hearing schedule, according to the motion. Yes, you'll be given another attorney. Okay, you have any objections?
I was trying to get the case over with and get the second trial for so long.
Yeah, but if you, we've been in the pandemic for over 2 years. Okay, if you look around, we got a lot of cases that's been on hold because of that. All right. So do you have any objections to Mr. Smith withdrawing as your attorney? Okay, you don't? Okay, so Ms. Burrell, I need that order. I need a copy of the order. Okay. Today is 3/14/22. Mr. Smith, you are released from representing Mr. Ratliff. And Mr. Ratliff, you will be reappointed another attorney, and the next attorney on the list is Mr. Nathan Reynolds. He's actually in court. Woodrow, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes, you're good.
You're free to go, Mr. Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Ratcliffe has been, you have been appointed to represent Mr. Ratcliffe in his cases.
Yes, sir.
You can stand on the X. The court coordinator will give you a copy of your reset. Mr. Ratliff, you can stand on the X next to your attorney and get your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day. Okay, hold on.
course, he's been shot. So he recovered from getting shot.
Okay, so you want, you need 60 days, that's what you said?
I think so. That'll give him time to,
Recover?
yeah.
Okay, this is cause number 327966. Case is style of state of Texas versus Michael Gallo III or Michael Cornell Gallo III. Mr. Gallo, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Gallo?
All right.
Mr. Gallo, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Peter Dahl. Mr. Dahl, how you doing?
Pretty fair, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Dahl, you're requesting a reset on this case?
Yes, sir, about 60 days.
Well, state, this case is on the trial doc. You have any objections to this case being continued?
No objection.
Okay. This case is going, let me see, it's a defense continuance. State, no, okay, Mr., she's gonna give him a 60-day reset. You're staying on the trial docket?
Due to the nature of the offense, yeah.
Okay,
Family violence.
okay.
Excuse me.
April, yes,
Okay.
that's your only case?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're accused, April 20.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, he has a warrant?
Yes. For me? Whatever one for.
And Mr. Lower your voice, just follow the bailiff, he'll tell you.
Well.
Yes.
you get, Ms. Estrada?
Still working just a minute on the paperwork, Judge. Discovery.
Oh. Oh, okay. Court is in session at cause number 331-697. Case is style of state of Texas versus Gail Ellen Estrada. Your full name is Gail Ellen Estrada?
Gay.
Gay
Yes,
Ellen Estrada?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Estrada, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Estrada, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Ms. Estrada, you may put your hand down.
Yes,
How are you doing, Ms. Estrada?
ma'am.
How are you doing?
All right.
That's good. Ms. Estrada, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. John West.
Yes, sir.
Mr. West, how are you doing?
Good, guy.
Now, Ms. Estrada, I have before me an information that was filed in County Court at Law number 3, but this case was just transferred to County Court at Law number 2. In this information, it alleges that on or about April 8 of 2019, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of possession of marijuana. Ms. Estrada, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir, I do.
And to this charge, Ms. Estrada, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Now, Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Estrada, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Mr. Estrada, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir, I do.
On page 2 of this same document, Mr. Estrada, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked, NOLA continued. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir, I did.
On page 3 of this same document, there is a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir, it is.
And on the next document, which is titled, you didn't check any boxes.
Oh, I didn't check them all.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought. Some of the judges do those.
That's fine. Mr. Estrada,
Yes,
I
sir.
have before me a document that is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Mr. Estrada, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir, I do.
At the bottom of this document, above the line that's titled Defendant, is that your signature?
Yes, sir, it is.
There are 2 boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mrs. Estrada, I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Mrs. Estrada, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that is titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Estrada, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I have just mentioned, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes,
to the
sir.
best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Estrada, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir, I am.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1 and State's Exhibit Number 2. State, you like to offer States 1 and 2?
Yes, we would, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. States Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. West, you have advised and counseled Ms. Estrada. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Estrada,
Yes, sir.
your attorney, Mr. West, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Estrada, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
And what is that agreement?
Agreement is for Ms. Estrada to have 1 year of deferred probation, pay a $200 fine, and do 40 hours of community service.
Ms. Estrada,
Yes, sir.
state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you will be required to pay a fine of $200 plus court costs of $442, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $642. You will also be required to pay a fee of $100 to reimburse the crime lab. The fee is $100 to reimburse the crime lab. You will also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, or your analysis fee of $15 each month. Your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $135 per month. Will you be able to pay the $135?
No, sir.
They are.
Okay, Miss,
She is on
hold on.
disability.
Could we, give me a copy of her, did they have, we gotta check her case, this wasn't out of this court. See if she has an affidavit of indigence in her file.
She should, I am court appointed.
Yeah. I was just saying from the,
Sure.
oh, that's right, they just filed this.
Yeah, it's a refile from a felony, so, but I was
Okay.
court appointed in the felony case.
Hold on a minute. Could you give me one of those affidavits? What I can do is actually,
You can do it from the bench.
yeah, I was gonna just have her to fill it out right
Okay.
quick. Just have her,
You have her sit down and fill it out?
yeah, that'd be fine. We'll come back on that one. Yeah, okay, hold on a minute. Court is back in session in two cases and cause number 329-388 and cause number 329-392. Both cases are filed the state of Texas versus Jordan Dwayne Lucas. In cause number 329-392, Mr. Lucas is charged with the Class A misdemeanor offense of unlawfully carrying a weapon. I have before me in cause number 329-392, a motion to forfeit. Now, Mr. Lucas, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Lucas, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lucas, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Lucas? That's good. Mr. Lucas, I have this motion to forfeit. Mr. Lucas, do you recognize this motion?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Lucas, before you signed, now, is this your signature on this document?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Lucas, before you signed this document, did your attorney, Mr. Patrick, go over this document with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in this motion?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in this motion true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Believe so.
Okay, you say you believe so. Have you read the motion?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything in this document that was untrue?
No, sir.
Okay, so everything in this document is true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lucas, I'm going to, this is the state's motion. And Mr. Lucas, I'm going to grant this motion. To forfeit the weapon to the Port Arthur Police Department. State, do you have an additional motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Two, actually. In this case, Your Honor, the state has submitted a motion to dismiss the case in exchange for the motion to forfeit the weapon. Also, the state has submitted a motion to dismiss case number 329-388, which would be both the cases against Mr. Lucas.
Okay, Mr. Lucas, the state is file motions to dismiss in both your cases. And I'm going to pull those motions up and on the tablet and then sign them. Now, Mr. Lucas, I'm signing your motions to dismiss. You should get a copy of those motions. The attorney's going to get a copy of your motions. And once you get a copy of these motions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Mr. Paget, you can stand on the X and the court coordinator will give you a copy of these motions to dismiss in these cases.
This time will be for sure. Mr. Epps was taken into custody and Epps on announcement.
Judge, has there been a Cameron Hernandez called?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right. Just actually, I think your attorney is Mr. Galmore. He had appeared in court. He was on Zoom, and
So I don't have an attorney yet.
oh, you don't? Okay, just hold on a minute, then we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, put your mic on mute. Thank you. Let me see where it was. Yep. Is he here, Mr. Epps?
He is definitely here.
Okay, Mr. Epps, the bondsman has withdrawn the AFRS in your case, so your warrant has been recalled. Mr. Paget, what is your announcement? That case was already reset, wasn't it?
Well, Your Honor, it's reset in drug court and we don't know the date yet.
Okay, we'll monitor
Fax
it.
it to me.
Yeah.
I'll notify the court.
Okay, we'll monitor it. You're free to go, Mr. Epps. Now, do we have anything? Because it's gonna take a while for that warrant. That warrant gonna take a while to get out the system, right? Yeah, I'm saying we don't have nothing to give him in case he gets stopped.
No, sir, you don't.
What did you say?
He said he'll be extra careful.
Oh. Okay. All right. All right. All right, you're free to go. Yeah, you have a blessed day.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, is that your last case?
It is.
Okay, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Mr. West, are we ready, Strata? Mr. Strata? Okay, court's back in session in cause number 331967. Case is style of State of Texas versus Gay Estrada. Ms. Estrada previously entered a plea of no contest
Yes, sir.
to the charge of possession of marijuana. Ms. Estrada acknowledged that her signatures and initials were on State's Exhibit number 1, which is a misdemeanor plea admonishment. She also acknowledged that her signature was on the trial court certification to defendant's right of appeal. She had acknowledged that she understood that this is a plea bargain case. She had no right of appeal. And she also acknowledged that she was waiving her right to appeal, which would mean she was giving up her right to appeal. Ms. Estrada also acknowledged her signature was on the discovery certification. The court found that, the court accepted Ms. Estrada's plea. The court found that she was mentally competent to stand trial and that her plea was freely and voluntarily given, and that there was sufficient evidence to find her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the court will reread the state's offer. The state offered Ms. Estrada 1 year deferred adjudication probation, and during this probationary period, she would be required to pay a fine $200 plus court costs of $442, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $642. She also is required to pay a fee of $100 to the crime lab. She is required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a year analysis fee of $15 each month, and she will be required to pay monthly installments of $135 per month. The court asked Ms. Estrada whether or not she could pay the $135 per month, and Ms. Estrada stated that she was unable to pay the $135 per month. Now, Ms. Estrada has filled out a financial affidavit listing her assets, expenses. She's also listed whether or not she received any governmental assistance. Now, Ms. Estrada,
Yes, sir.
do you recognize this document, affidavit of indices?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this document, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is everything true and correct in this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Estrada, the court finds that, one, you meet the eligibility requirements. And basically, we're using this list to determine whether or not your attorney has already been previously appointed. And so, Ms. Estrada, based on your answers in this affidavit, the court is going to find that you're indigent, and that just simply means that you will not be required to pay the court the court is going to have to let's see, modify this judgment. Let's see. Yes, 656. Okay. Okay. Okay, Ms. Estrada,
Yes, sir.
the court is going to convert your fine and court costs in this case to community service. We'll convert the $642 to 51 hours of community service. The probation fee in this case, which was $60 a month, is going to be reduced to the minimum, statutory minimum of $25 per month.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So our clerk is going to have to redo the paperwork.
Yes, sir.
Now, also, Mr. Estrada, you'll be required to perform 40 hours of community service in addition to the 51 that has been converted. And that should come to a total of 91 hours total community service. And you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and condition of this probation. Mrs. Estrada, do you understand
Yes, sir.
the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Do you need it here now? Do you need some time to do the paperwork? Okay, just have a seat, and then she's gonna, the court coordinator is gonna, court clerk is gonna call you and your attorney back up to sign the paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, the next case, okay, is cause number 319908, case of South State of Texas versus Jennifer Aaron McLean. Okay, we have Ms. McLean, who is present before the court. And Ms. McLean is pro se. And could you get I need you to look at Ms. McLean's case. I think Ms. McLean signed the waiver.
No, Mr. McLean didn't.
What was it?
I haven't signed those waivers.
Okay. And we have a should be a waiver of stating that she wanted to represent herself. Waiver counsel is what it was called. It should be way in the front. I mean, in one at the desk. It's, I understand that. I'm just trying to remember the date. And just keep going down. Should be a standard, just keep going down till you see it. Oh, okay, keep on.
I didn't sign it. I told you I'm here, I'm a proper person, so I'm not signing
Okay.
something that says I'm pro se.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, just have a seat. I thought we had. Just have a seat. And where's the client? Ms. Fontenot?
He's up.
You go ahead, Mr. Bailiff, the bailiff will go there.
Is this okay?
It's fine. This is cause number 330391. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Jason Scott Fontenot. We have Mr. Fontenot who's appearing in person, and Mr. Fontenot, his attorney of record is Peter Doyle. However, Mr. Fontenot is represented by Mr. Gordon Freeze in a felony case. And the court was anticipating a motion to substitute to be filed by Mr. Free's office, and that has not been filed yet.
I thought it had, Judge.
Okay.
And again, my office, but I'll take full responsibility for that. I will make sure that gets filed.
Okay, so what we'll do, now, the case is asking for a reset?
Yeah, yes, sir. As
Okay.
attorney for record, I asked for a reset
Okay.
of 2 weeks.
Okay, so we asked for a reset. Mr. Doyle will have to sign on the reset because he's attorney of record, okay?
Awesome.
Get with the coordinator, she'll give you a date. You said how many weeks?
2.
Y'all need 2
Couple
weeks?
weeks.
Well, give 30 days?
That'd be perfect. Judge.
Okay, give him a 30-day reset on Fontenot. What's that date? April 18th. Mr. Fontenot, once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Where's Mr.? What did Mr. Cobb go? Oh, okay, I didn't see.
I think I need to talk to
Well,
Mr. Hand, please.
well,
I think we need to get,
well, Mr. Cobb, just hold on, just hold your horses. Now, Ms. McLean, come back up. Okay. Mr. Now, you were appointed standby attorney. Standby. So if a person needs some assistance, you can, you're there to stand by to give them the assistance that they may need. Okay. Now, in this particular case, the court may have a conflict, and that has to be explored. So at this time, and then there's another matter, because I thought there was some other paperwork that was in the file that, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is the conflict. Right, the possible conflict. And so what I'm gonna have to do, I'm not gonna be able to get to this one today.
Okay.
Well, just hold on. So, what we're gonna do is, yeah, go ahead on and, let me get 45. I don't know if we're gonna be able to give you one on that. I'm gonna have to, we may not be able to give a date. Do we know,
It also needs to be set for a trial by jury.
oh yeah, it was set, it's set for a trial by jury. It's set for a trial by jury. That's not the issue. It's not a problem to have it set by trial by jury.
Okay. I just didn't see the jury.
Well, the jury is scheduled to get here at 1:30. But, give her a 30-day reset. Okay. Okay. have sworn again. I have to- Yeah, okay, have it sent over there. Have it stand, yeah. Yeah, stand over on the X, before X. I need to, Bailey, Mr. Bailey? Jansen Bailey, he's the attorney. He's on Zoom. We got, well, it's Kimbler, really. The next case would be Kimbler. Yeah. Look like it would be, look like it's Lopez.
That's the oldest one.
Yeah.
That I had, that's the oldest one I had.
Right. Richard, well, I mean, Tom Burbank is before you on Tyler. Mr. Ham.
Yes, sir.
Look like Tom Burbank has Wilbur Tyler and Haley Moore.
Yes, Your Honor.
but he's not, oh, we have, Mr. Miles Guidry too.
Yes, sir.
Did he announce, did he show up? Did Miles Guidry show up? Mr. Why don't you call the name of Miles Guidry? Okay. Miles Guidry is scheduled to be in court for the court's trial docket at 9 a.m. on today's date of March. Would y'all be quiet?
Quiet, please.
Okay, Miles Guidry was scheduled to be in court today on March 14 of 2022 for the court's trial docket, which was scheduled at 9 a.m. In calls numbers 324-552 and calls number 324-554. At or about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called the name of Miles Guidry. He did not answer. Miles Guidry has not appeared in court since the court's been in session. The court just called Miles Guidry's name again, and the time is 12:25 p.m. on today's date. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Guidry an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
Your Honor, state moves for bond forfeiture.
Just for the record, Mr. Guidry's attorney, Mr. Nathan Reynolds, has been in court since 9 a.m. and Mr. Guidry has not appeared. The state has moved for the court to forfeit the bond of Miles Guidry. That motion will be granted. Miles Guidry's bond will be forfeited and warrant shall be issued for his arrest. Mr. Reynolds, is this your last case?
The case, the lady.
Oh, yeah, you have Cashmere Morgan. Yeah, that's far down the lock. That's far down. I mean, you can go ahead on and reset. Okay, the following case is gonna be reset. Cashmere Morgan. Cases will be reset. Dennis, no. That's dismissed. That's taken care of. Dennis Vasquez is gonna be reset. Demetrius Wheeler will be reset. Christopher Avalaz be reset. Is Veronica Martinez present? Veronica Martinez? That was Ms. Marva Provost's case?
Hey, Your Honor, this is Chris Avalos. You just mentioned my name.
Yes. That case is going to be reset. Stay in contact with your attorney, Mr. Galmore. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, too, Your Honor.
Forfeiture, hired Burbank. Loud. Craig Loud. Y'all have an agreement?
Did we do the discovery thing?
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's gonna be a plea. Lopez, oh, that brings it back down to Lopez. We up on, we up on Lopez.
What's his last name, Craig, who? Blau.
Gloud, Gloude.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. Court is in session in two cases, cause number 325-368, cause number 325-370. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Craig Allen Blau. We have Mr. Craig Allen Blau present in court. Mr. Blau, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Blau, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Blau, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Blau, you may put your hand down. Mr. Blau, again, how are you doing?
Okay.
That's good. Mr. Blau, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Marvin Lewis. And Mr. Lewis, how are you doing?
Doing all right.
That's good. And again, Mr. Ham, Blake Ham is representing the state. Mr. Ham, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, I have, no. Okay, Mr. Oh, I'm doing this. Did we,
Just did.
okay, Mr. Glaude, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This document alleges that on or about November 6th of 2019, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you was charged with the Class B misdemeanor offense of attempt to elude. Mr. Glaude, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Glaude, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Now, you pleaded no contest freely and voluntarily? Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Glaude, I have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. It is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Mr. Glaude, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Glaude, there are a set of initials on the line next to the box that's checked nolo contendere, which means no contest. Are these your initials?
Yes, sir.
On the next document, Mr. Glaude, excuse me, on the same document, the next page, do you recognize, is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
On the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification of the Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? There are two boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to the appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Glaude, I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on this document? Now, Mr. Glaude, prior to signing and initialing all of these documents that I've just mentioned to you, did your attorney, Mr. Lewis, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1, State, and State's Exhibit Number 2. State, you like to offer States 1 and 2?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Lewis, you've advised and counseled Mr. Glaude.
Yes, sir.
Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
He's competent.
Mr. Glaude, your attorney, Mr. Lewis, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Glaude, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
Your Honor, in case number 325370, The agreement is for 4 days in the Jefferson County Jail with credit for 2 days. Additionally, the state will dismiss case number 325-368. And in that case has an associated motion to forfeit with it.
Is there a magistrate warning or anything in there, in that file? In the cause number 325-370? Mr. Glau, the state is offering that you serve 4 days in Jefferson County Jail. You'll be given credit for any time that you're entitled to get. Well, you'll be given credit for 2 days. The jail time in this case, there's a beginning date.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, with the date to begin not later than this Friday at 4 p.m., 5 p.m.
Okay. The jail time is to begin on March 18, 2022 at or before 6 p.m. Now, there's court costs in this case of $342. Mr. Glau, will you be able to pay the $342?
Yes.
You will? Mr. Glau, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Mr. Glau, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Glau, that moves on. That will bring us to your next case, which is cause number 325-368. And I have before me a motion to forfeit a weapon. State, you like to offer this motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Glau, I have before me a motion to forfeit a weapon in cause number 325-368. You recognize this motion?
Yes.
And is that your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
Mr. Glau, prior to signing this document, did your attorney go over this document with you? And did you read and understand everything in this document? And is everything in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge? You have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Glau, the court is going to sign the state's motion to forfeit the weapon in cause number 325-368, and the weapon will be forfeited to the Beaumont Police Department. State, you have an additional motion?
To dismiss, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Glau, the state is going to dismiss cause number 325-368. And Mr. Glau, I'll be signing that motion to dismiss in a few seconds. Mr. Glau, you can stand on the X next to your attorney.
Yeah, I just want you to know that you told them that report to jail by 6. The state said 5.
It's usually 6 p.m., isn't it? I think it was 6 p.m. in the judgment. Yeah, it was 6 p.m. in the judgment.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
So
But thank you.
Thank you for checking on that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Glau, just stand on the X, follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
We'll get you to place your rights on.
I wasn't trying to push you.
Mr. Hernandez, cause number 322936.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, you need to appear in person. So,
Well, I called on Thursday and I called on Friday. I am in Tennessee right now working. And I couldn't get home at the moment. My rotation period is in 4 weeks. Is whenever I get to come home.
you say your
And
rotation period is in 4 weeks.
my rotation, my rotation to come home, we run like a 5-man crew and everybody rotates, coming home and whatnot. But mine's should be at the end of this month or, right in 3 weeks is actually when it is. 3 weeks is whenever my rotation is.
Let's reset Mr. Hernandez. 4 weeks, say 3 weeks.
Yes, I just needed to come home so I could I'm out here working pretty much, to be able to afford a lawyer and stuff like that. But that's what, as soon as I got home, what I was going to do was get a lawyer.
Give him 4 weeks. Reset it for 4 weeks. Okay, your case is gonna give us a date.
April 8th.
The case is gonna be reset to April 18th.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I appreciate
Okay.
that.
All right, so your case is gonna be reset to April 18th. Your reset
Yes, sir.
will be sent to your bondsman. Stay in contact with your bondsman.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, same to you. have, well, they have you charged as Veronica Martinez.
But I prefer to go behind.
Okay. Okay, but I have to call you, I have to state what's on the information, the charging instrument,
I understand that.
which is Veronica Martinez, and would be AKA Veronica Lee Casada.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Ms. Martinez, you're represented by your attorney, Ms. Provo. Ms. Provo, what is your announcement in Ms. Martinez's case?
We're ready.
State?
Ready, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay. We heard from Mr. Burbank.
Nope. His secretary was gonna contact him.
Like Mr. Burbank has. Mr. Bailey, would you please get Wilbur Tyler if he's not in here? Okay, just have a seat. And Haley Moore, just have her to come in too. Okay. Okay. No, it look like you up. I mean, you close to being up. You are, according to what I'm looking at, I just saw it. MP. That was reset. Yes. Yeah, you're right above Mike Kimball. Well, Mike Kimball should have had another guy. What's this guy's name? Oh, yeah, Lopez. You would be second. Yeah, you would be, because, well, but we have Mr. Tom Burbank, who has 2 cases above y'all. And we hadn't heard from Mr. Burbank.
There's also Jansen Bailey's Cody Sullivan DWI case, Judge.
That was,
We both announced already this morning.
I don't, but that's behind these cases on my docket. Yeah,
Something wrong with my docket.
yeah, because
I don't know how this got printed out like.
you say Sullivan?
Case 323-387. Thanks, date.
Sullivan?
Date.
I was looking at, oh yeah, Sullivan.
Who was right up?
Yeah, I see Sullivan here. Yeah.
So
Where's Mr. Yeah, we got 3 cases. You got Sullivan. We have, let me do this. We got Sullivan. We have Tyler. We had, and Moore, we hadn't heard from Mr. Okay. Let me do this here. So we got Sullivan, we got Sullivan, Tyler, Moore. Lopez. And Provo. Yeah, so let's see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be in the 5th case. That's what it looks like. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6 through 12 will be rife. but Rife also has, we got Sullivan. We got, and see Sullivan, is Tyler here? Yeah, okay, your attorney is on his way. Haley Moore? Oh, she didn't answer? So you'll be number, so that goes down, she's not even here, so that'd be, yours is like number 4. 1, 2, 3. Right now it's Sullivan, Cody Sullivan. And then we have Wilbert Tyler are the next two. And then after Wilbert Tyler, we go with is that Lopez? Is that correct?
Your Honor, just for course knowledge, Mr. Tyler's here. Is Mr. Tyler's attorney here? I'll wait for Mr.
He's
Burbank.
coming. Yeah, that's Burbank.
One of those cases would be an instructed verdict. The assault
Okay.
family violence case.
Okay. And did I said Lopez, and then after Lopez, we have Veronica Martinez. So that will put us at like 4, and he said one of them actually put you up to number 3, because I think one of the Burbank 2 cases is gonna get maybe an instructed verdict case or something. Okay, and then after that, we have Wright Kimler on 5 case. I mean, all the rest of them are Wright Kimlers.
From five down.
Huh?
From number 5 down.
Yeah, number 5, I know the 12.
Okay, well, how many do you want me to have from that?
Well, well, they don't need to leave. I mean, we're gonna be starting back in 25 minutes.
Okay, I thought we were picking jury tomorrow, picking jury today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Burrell, Order, Barton, all just go down the order.
Okay.
Burrell, Order,
I think
Barton.
Lopez was preferred as the oldest.
Yeah, Lopez is before them. I was just telling her in the order.
Okay.
And let's see. You go all the way to it's more than that. It's every last case to Chatan, what's that, Chatania?
Chatania.
Yeah, you have every last, all your clients are in a row. It's like 5 through 16.
So Your Honor, am I right with the top 5 here? Number 1, Sullivan,
Sullivan, yes.
and then number 2, I would
Is
have
one of the Tyler cases, huh?
one of the, it would be the
If they go.
right, 327-900 would be the one we would try.
All
The other
right.
would be bench trial. 3, Hallie Moore.
Okay, 3, no, she's not here.
She's not here.
She has a bond forfeiture. She's not here. And 3 actually gonna be,
Jose Lopez,
it's gonna be Martinez, huh?
Martinez.
Wait. No, you're right. You're right. It's Lopez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Lopez. It's Lopez. That's 3.
And then 4, Martinez.
4 is Martinez. And then 5 through 16, all of them are right.
I've been in there somewhere.
Let's see.
No, you're not.
Dog,
I'm on the list, Wheeler.
Boris here.
Will is way, he's way after right cases. So you can go.
I got.
Yeah.
What?
John, Demetrius Wheeler.
Do we need to get resetting first?
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, you have one on the trial doc?
I have one more that was on the announcement, Josh.
Announcement.
We just,
Okay, you can have a seat.
So
Yeah, y'all can have a seat.
Hallie Moore showed up.
Oh, she did?
The one that was gonna be a bond for.
Okay, so that's not a bond for, so you 4 instead of 3.
Yeah, so she's 3.
Face on the announcement.
Oh, you do?
No, Mr. Carter.
Okay. Josh, Is he here? Joseph Tardy?
No, he's not here.
You have his number? You can call him right now.
Yeah.
Take a head off. You call it Tardy? Mr. Burbank?
Sure.
We have a couple of cases on the trial docket. Let's see.
You give me just a couple of minutes, Judge. I'll see
Okay.
if I can't take it.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know he had an office.
We can borrow the judge's jury room to try to sell cases.
Where you fighting hard.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, we're in session in cause number 327830, case to style the state of Texas versus Joseph Darrell Tardy. We have Mr. Tardy who is appearing by telephone. Mr. Tardy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you doing, Mr. Tardy? Okay, Mr. Tardy, you're represented here by your attorney, Ms. Marva Provo. Ms. Provo, what is your announcement in Mr. Tardy's case on a plea docket? Could you give us a plea date?
April 11th.
April 11th. Mr. Tardy, your case is going to be reset for April 11th. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, you may be, once you get your reset, Ms. Provo, you're free to go as well. You have a blessed day. And thank you. Oh, no, that's right. She got a trial. You number. Zachary is here. Announcement. Oh, Mr. Bailiff, would you please get Jeffrey Zachary? Okay, this is cause number, Mr. Prosecutor. Could you? Okay, this is cause number 326092, case to style of state of Texas versus Jeffrey Zachary, Jeffrey Dwayne Zachary. Mr. Zachary, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, Mr. Zachary. You're here represented by your attorney, Marvin Lewis. Attorney Lewis, what is your announcement in Mr. Zachary's case?
Judge wanted to set this case on a plea docket. We'll ask about 60 days. But
Okay.
Come up with a final amount.
Could you give us a reset?
Yes, sir. May 16th.
Okay, this case is reset to May 16th. Mr. Zachary, once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, this is cause number 323-126, case of Style of State of Texas versus Lester J. Lewis. We have Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, that's your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you doing, Mr. Lewis?
No.
Okay, now, Mr. Lewis, you had a felony case set today.
Yes, sir. We got reset.
And now, you would like to have this case reset on that same day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're gonna stand on the X where the bailiff is and the next X. And the court coordinator is gonna reset your case. All right, once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, thank you. Okay, Burbank had Shedrick Mitchell too. Tanisha Green, that was Langston. Was that case reset?
Yes. Remember, that's the one that had the excuse from her.
Green?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's been doing a good job. I've been, since I've been using. Yeah. I have somebody named Jacoby Moore. Is that?
Bray was calling the attorney's office now.
Oh, somebody named Lennon Price.
We have not heard from him.
Oh, okay.
Moore is out there. Oh, Haley Moore.
Haley, yes.
He's here.
Okay, Lennon Price.